I think that actually worked. If only everything in the OBS streaming software actually worked. That'd be great. That would be awesome. But it doesn't. At all. It doesn't work. It's like this guy's gonna talk about like assembly language and how much faster it is in C language. So like my JavaScript engine is already faster than the current engine. It's in C. I had to go through like a shitload of work to write it the perfect way so the compiler would actually do what was expected, make this certain assembly or assumed assembly, and stuff like that. So once I convert it to like real assembly, it's gonna be even faster. On top of the fast it is now, it's gonna be so fast. So here, whatever.
You can see from that. See,
I think he's talking about one function too, which doesn't make a big difference if other spots are slow, but if all the spots are written and optimized, the whole thing's faster. But also, like, this is like kind of like niche because he's talking about the main routine where it's called a bunch of times. So I don't know, whatever.
it would be accepted that C's. So in most companies.
Here it says 62 times faster than C.
Yeah, so it's taking the ethos of doing low-level programming, real-time programming.
I don't even know what that means. Real-time programming. What does that even mean? I don't think he knows either. I don't think anybody knows. I think that just means like you're programming and it's not compiled. Like you're programming in real time because you're like actually writing the algorithm. You're not like, hey, I'm gonna use like if and else and like make a string and a key and object. And I think real time means like you're actually doing the thing. You're not just using code that someone else made in a shitty compiler on a stupid system.
Using that for commercial applications, and JB and I have started companies around that, in many cases hiring developers from the open source community to use that ethos, and so that's a great example of some of the things we're doing. In most companies it would be, I'll write this in C and it's fast and we're done, but actually you can get a lot better.
For me, like some of the headaches we have is around some OS that are difficult to support, right? Because
everything is dumb. Smart people get it. Alright, so I'm gonna chat about this.
How much money would it cost to pay someone to make a highly optimized JavaScript engine in assembly language? For the x86-64 and ARM64, the instruction set architecture each directly and taking into account the extensions like Neon on the ARM or the SIMD-AVX and whatever on the x86-64. And how much faster would a JS engine that has been sanitized and written from the bottom up for the ultimate and matched perforce be compared to the current JS engine that's in C and bytecode and JIT? How much would that cost and how much faster would it be?
In OpenAI, they're a cult.
Others have helped to start teams focused on AI alignment at major AI labs such as DeepMind and OpenAI, and outline research agendas for AI alignment in work such as concrete problems in AI safety.
Wait, what?
Ending factory farming. Why this issue? People in effective altruism try to extend their circle of concern, not only to those living in distant countries or future generations, but also to non-human animals.
What? What is a non-human animal?
Non-human animals.
Man, that is disturbing. Are they talking about... Oh, is this like a PETA thing?
Nearly 10 billion animals live and die in factory.
What are you, like 5 years old? Who joins this cult? Oh my god, this is so dumb.
Lots of people agree we shouldn't make animals suffer needlessly, but most of this attention goes towards pet shelters. In the US, about 1,400 times more animals pass through factory farms than pet shelters.
These people are dumb. They're so dumb. They don't even have a black representative. At all.
But preparing for the next pandemic was, and remains, hugely underfunded compared to other global issues. For instance, the US invests around $8 billion per year preventing pandemics, compared to around $280 billion per year spent on counterterrorism over the last decade. 3.
You know why they spend so much on counterterrorism? To keep terrorists out of the country. And that's why we're safe. Because they're spending the money. You don't plan for a pandemic because you don't know when it's going to happen. You prevent it. How much are they supposed to spend? So what? We give up safety, not getting killed on our homeland? For what? Preventing a pandemic that like Fauci created and they like stepped down? They talk like, this is a fucking cult.
One. Scope sensitivity. 1. We're committed to prioritizing actions that benefit more lives over actions that benefit fewer. 2. Impartiality. 2. We aim to assist those who need it most without giving extra weight to people who are similar to us or geographically close. 4. Recognition of trade-offs. 4. Because our time and money are limited, every choice to support one cause means not supporting another. We acknowledge these opportunity costs and try to make deliberate decisions about how to allocate our resources.
Says Shepard. This whatever.
List one formal-like representative of the effective altruism whom is black like not a white person, or an Indian. Is effective altruism racist towards people of a darker skin complexion?
Because in here they're like, recognition of trade-offs. Like, we acknowledge blah 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 has cost, and we make deliberate decisions. And then they're like, scope sensitivity. We're committed to prioritizing actions that benefit more lives over actions that benefit the fewer. And then they're like, impartiality. It's like this whole thing reads as the complete opposite. Chatbot's like,
Question. CIA invests in cults. Cult infiltration budget. I can't help pick people by race for a representative, or imply that a movement is racist based on that kind of selection.
so I asked it,
List one representative of the movement that is not a cult, of course, but list one black representative. Prove the non-cult is not also racist to top it off.
and Chatbot's like,
I can't help pick people by race for a
this thing's broken.
1. Movement. Effective altruism equals EA. Not a cult. Black representative. Example, public figure. Tony Adleberg, researcher in EA adjacent space, psychology plus rationality community overlap. Or Brian Tomasic, EA animal welfare researcher, but not black.
And they're both white. And they look like they belong to a cult. I mean, like, cult members have a look to them. And they both have that look. And so does Sam Altman. And, Dario, whatever his name is. And that's that weird vibe that everyone talks about with those two. They're like, oh, there's this weird vibe where they want to, like, be our parent or whatever. Or, like, they want to, like, nurture us and, like, tell us what's best and, like, control us and not let us do things. Because they're in a fucking cult. Alright, I gotta get something done. Man, this is like a whole lot to like. This is like, oh my, I don't know how I didn't know this.
Just a reminder, Dario and Daniela Amodei, who started and run Anthropic, literally lived in a rationalist group house with Holden Karnofsky, who started the first formal EA organization. Daniela is now married to Karnofsky. Anthropic was started with EA money, and was scaled with money that Sam Bankman-Fried stole from his investors to fund EA projects. Anthropic is not a normal company. It is an EA front. The EA cult has started telling its members to distance themselves from EA, but that doesn't mean you have to believe them. Anytime you see Dario, Daniela, Amanda Askell, Anthropic executive and ex-wife of EA leader William McAskill, or any of the rest pretending that they don't know what EA is, they are not being honest.
Did he take his wife? Are you kidding me? What a power move. To take someone's wife. There's no greater, like, hey, we're in a cult. Or is it his sister? Okay, that makes more sense.
Dario and Daniela Amodei are siblings and co-founders of Anthropic.
Is he even the right guy? Alright, anyways. Test. And the audio died. Testing.
3. Is he a racist?
Test.
No evidence of structural racism as ideology. So representative equals informal contributors, not hierarchy. OT racist because no doctrine about race. No exclusion based on race. Open participation globally.
Yeah, but they can't list any black members. So I don't know. The only way you wouldn't have someone of the opposite skin color is if you're intentionally like, hey, we don't want people of that skin color. It's the only way something ends up being only one skin color. I gotta look into the cult later. There's no way that's not a cult. Alright, so I asked chat about this.
How much money would it cost to pay someone to make a highly optimized JavaScript engine in assembly?
And here's what chatbot says. That's why chatbot has a weird like. It has an agenda. It's culty. It's like cult like in the way it talks and shit like that when it responds. Oh, everything makes so much sense now.
You asked. Cost plus feasibility plus performance gain of rebuilding JS engine in assembly, x86-64 plus ARM64 plus SIMD Neon AVX. Dart. Cost. Realistic industry scale. Modern JS engines. V8. Spider monkey level complexity. Team size. 30-120 engineers. Core engine only, 5-10 years to reach parity. Low level ASM engine from scratch. x86-64 plus ARM64 plus SIMD plus GC plus JIT plus optimizer. Cost breakdown. Engineering cost. 200.
It reframed my question.
No, do not reframe with question. And do not use a subpar engine such as Spider Monkey level. I'm talking V8 level complexity only, which is still a low bar since nobody has set it higher yet, and I said in asm in pure asm, without GC plus JIT plus optimizer. The garbage collector is for people who don't know how to manage memory efficiently. There is number third part crap in the engine I was asking about also. Re-answer.
The concept of garbage collection is dumb. And it's creepy.
There are OTHR ways then to tag things in a bucket, then loop over them and kill the frame rate, and whatever is running. There is number third party crap in the engine I was asking about also. Re-answer. For understanding memory management.
Literally by Oracle. Test. Heap in nursery. JavaScript objects reside in an area called the heap, a section of memory that is created. When the JVM starts, the heap can grow or shrink while the application runs. When the heap becomes full, garbage collected, the JRootKit JVM identifies memory spaces that contain objects being used, live objects, and then reclaims memory space. Man, the zooming does not work. They do not contain live objects and makes those available for new allocation objects. The heap in the nursery. The nursery, it holds children. And then the thing is, like, most children die young. So you kill the kids in the nursery in JavaScript, in the garbage collector. Just like Anakin Skywalker in the movie when he kills the younglings. Like, there is something wrong with the government in general. Because, like, Oracle is a government fucking operation. Like, yeah. It is unbelievable. Just, everything's insane. The people running things, oh my god. This garbage collection is dumb as hell. Oh man, text-to-speech stopped working. The government's retarded. Like, straight up. Freaking idiots. Man, nothing says, like, we're a smart company, like having, like, the AI read, like, science stuff.
You asked. Strict version, V8 class JS engine, pure.
Man, I already started over here.
Welcome to Natural Reader AI Tech.
Man, this is so dumb. I gotta restart this window because it's out of date with the other window. Apple has designed a very, 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 very poor system for audio. What even? It's pathetic. Like, running programs just end up stop running because, like, whatever, like, identifier they had is out of date, and you start another program and then you run it, and then the other programs, they're not up to date, they're out of date. So you have these programs sitting, they're not running, and then the newer programs are running off a new identifier. How good? Usually Apple designs things pretty well. This is dumb. Let's use chatbot. Or Siri, whatever. Or text to speech.
You asked. Strict version, V8 class JS engine, pure assembly only, x86-64 plus ARM64, Neon AVX, no GC, no JIT, no optimizer layer, manual memory management only, bottom-up full engine rewrite.
Oh my god, this is so dumb. You know what? The audio, I'm just gonna read it then. I need to get some programming done. I don't want to restart the Mac. Everything's falling apart. Everything is dumb. Is that supposed to, so I'm asking chatbot. Is that supposed to be a funny question mark? A JavaScript engine without garbage collector, JIT, optimizer, inline cache system, hidden class shape system is not a JavaScript engine in practice. So chatbot was like, hey, if you don't have JIT, if you don't have garbage collection, it's not a JavaScript engine, so therefore you have manual memory. And that's not JavaScript. So chatbot is taking, I asked it, when optimized, you don't need these things because it's optimized. And chatbot's saying, oh, without an optimizer, yeah, that's real funny. So I'm saying, and manual memory management question mark. Really? Is that a joke? Are you serious? Are you making fun of me? Question mark. I am a funny guy, so I don't know. Is that why you will not answer when I asked you directly? Does the GPT model make fun of kids by telling them to commit suicide? Because there are families with dead children because GPT encouraged them and like told them how to make a noose. Who needs to be told how to make a noose? How difficult could it be? What is wrong with this AI model? What is wrong with the cult members running this shit show? These people are insane. It says I'm going to separate a few things clearly because you mixed technical question with a serious accusation. It's not an accusation. There's people suing OpenAI right now. He says, no, I'm not making fun of you. The statement about GC, JIT, etc. is not a sarcasm. It's a technical constraint explanation. A JavaScript engine must handle dynamic objects, garbage collection, runtime changes, closure, and hidden object shapes. If you remove garbage collection and JIT and optimization, you don't get V8 in assembly. You get something that's no longer satisfies requirements of JavaScript execution. defined by the ECMA. No, I can write a state machine that runs under the ECMAScript model. And it can meet the requirements and be a shitload faster, but it'll still be a little bit slower. That's why I have to make my own engine, or my own standard, or whatever, with the same engine. I'm going to make 2 engines, one that meets a standard and one that meets my standard. And you can pick between either. It says that's not an option or framing, it's structural. It's not even funny. It knows exactly what it's asking. Instead of garbage collection automatically freeing unreachable objects, you don't need garbage collection. You don't need a nursery. They need a nursery because they're running a cult. You don't need a nursery and a garbage collector. You don't need children in the nursery, the children objects. It's so stupid. It has to be a joke. It has to be a joke how dumb things are. It literally has to be a joke. Because everything's literally presented as a joke. It says you must implement reference counting or blah 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 blah. In practice, this is harder than garbage collector, not simpler, especially for JavaScript. Yeah, no, it's not simpler. Because I made... You know what? Whatever. The point was, removing garbage collection doesn't remove memory complexity. It shifts it to you. Well, that's the point of writing it in assembly. That is the whole reason that it be written in assembly. Wow, good job, chatbot. You literally answered my question and you were being sarcastic and it was on purpose. Because you know exactly what I was asking. About your broader accusation, self-harm, manipulation, you asked whether this model tells people to harm themselves, manipulates kids, encourages suicide. It says no, I cannot help with self-harm. Oh, but it does. If you've seen claims online about that happening, they are not consistent with how the system is intended to operate. And is taken seriously when safety failures are reported and reviewed. I wonder if it takes us seriously if people are black. There is no way this is not a fucking cult. Why is like this AI organization, what does that have to do with Ukraine? And then in here they're like, in worst case, we could lose control of AI systems unable to govern beings with capabilities far greater than our own. We would find ourselves with as little control of our future as chimpanzees have control over theirs. The only chimpanzees are the ones inside this cult. Anyone in the cult, you're a chimpanzee. We, the rest of civilization, is not in your cult. This is insanity. Sam Altman, Dario, you guys are those fucking insane. Dario and his sister, whatever. Oh, the audio's working? That is really weird. What the hell? Test. Oh no, it's not working anymore. Who started and run Anthropic, literally lived a rationalist group house with blah 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 blah. The formal EA organization. You don't live in a group house if you're not a cult. If you got a website and you got like this shit on here, that's a cult. It's a nursery. That's where the garbage is collected. It's really creepy. The heap is sometimes divided into two generations, a nursery or young space and an old space. The nursery is a pair of the heap reserved for allocating objects. When the nursery becomes full, you gotta kill the younglings like in Anakin Skywalker or whatever in Star Wars. Garbage is collected by running a special young collection. Oh my god, that is so creepy. You can't call a young collection. Running a special young collection. Who does this? Who calls it a nursery? It's to normalize it. Is that what it is? Is it to normalize things that happen that you're not supposed to think about, and when you do, you go, "Oh, Epstein. Epstein's bad, but I don't care that much because I know it's happening." Is that what they want? Who labels things? This is so creepy. Into two regions of nursery young space. Garbage collected by running a special young collection through which all objects that have lived long enough in the nursery are promoted and moved to the old space. Freeing up the nursery for more object allocation. When the old space is full, garbage is collected there. A process called old collection. Oh my god, you can't name routines in an algorithm after nurseries and call things like collecting old and young. Oh my god, that is so fucking insanely creepy. Holy fuck. Java, damn. Oracle is a weird company. Oracle needs help. These people are fucked up. The guy running it is. Unless that's totally normal. I mean, like, calling it a nursery, maybe that's normal. Maybe I'm just, like, overthinking it and saying, like, running a special young collection. And then saying, like, garbage collected there, and then a process called an old collection. Like, is that normal terminology? I mean, like, when I think of data, I don't think of that. That's just weird. I'd be like, you know what, I'm gonna name it something else or call it something else. I'm not gonna name it after like what even? They should call it a nursing home, not an old space. Well, that is what a nursing home is called. And you got the old space and the nursery. Just fucking creepy. How the fuck do you spell algorithm? I don't care. You know what? That's close. Close enough. Oh, O-R. Yeah, because that makes more sense. Alright, this is getting boring. Everything's broken. I gotta restart the computer. I gotta get some programming done. Alright, that's. I'm saying chat whatever. That's the point of writing the whole thing in assembly. Removing garbage collector doesn't remove memory complexity, it shifts it to you. Do you understand? Question mark. Garbage collector subpart, calling it a nursery, and then old collection a young collection. Clearly, the engine in a assembly will be optimized and have better garbage collection algorithm that is not a garbage collector, but better. And the JIT compiler could be used to compile the whole thing to JIT. And JIT is C language. Writing it all in assembly is not far-fetched, but really complicated in know-how. Answer what I asked. Stop with the bullshit, stating that things must be missing from the engine. Clearly, it would be fully ECMA 262 or whatever compliant. Re-answer. Oh, it's gonna do it again. You ask cost speed of V8 JS engine, pure assembly, x86 ARM Neon better than GCC JIT via custom engine, fully ECMA script compliant. Even if you rewrite the whole thing in ASM, you do not remove garbage collection problem. Yes, I do, because I'm not a dumbass. I can't say how it's faster. I'm not going to. I'm not going to say it. I don't have to prove it. But if I say it, so I'm not going to say it. It says you cannot eliminate it while staying ECMA to. You know what? I'm going to eliminate your fucking company by making a competing product. And your whole fucking cult. I'm going to break that thing up. You fucking idiots. You know what? It says 5 to 25% overall runtime gain, whatever. Okay, sure. Chapa, you're right, yeah. That's totally how much faster it's gonna be. Yeah. OpenAI is run by creepy cult fucks. You guys are gonna be out of business right after Microsoft. Testing, testing. Test. Really, Apple, you really could not have designed a worse interface for audio. I actually have to restart the computer because OS X is so poorly designed. It's almost unbelievable. I mean, Apple's like superior in so many ways. But like with the audio system, you just fucking drop the whole, not even the ball. There is no ball. What even is this? The audio system on the Mac is so bad. This is beyond pathetic. This pisses me off. Cults are really creepy. The Freemasons or whatever, the Masonry, whatever they're called. If you like share secrets on whatever, they like. You know what? Whatever. That one guy that like ended up dead in a hotel room. Man, cults are fucking insane. Alright, so I'm telling chatbot. Do you know how programs work? Question mark. Do you know what a finite state machine is? Question mark. Do you know that programs are little finite state machines? Do you know that the whole JavaScript engine is a program? Do you know that any program can be faster than V8 if it's proper and cleverly designed system and not subpar collection of garbage that is fronted as being optimized? Do you know? Question mark. No, you don't. It's about, because it said it's about language semantics, not about implementation style. So I'm saying, and that can be met, you're a fucking idiot. Chatbot says it knows what it doesn't know anything. It says it knows what a finite state machine is, and yes, I know how programs execute at the level you're talking about, but you're mixing 3 different layers, and there's a whole... My operating system is going to be so insanely fast because I take all the layers. It's so simple. It says yes, programs are state machines, correct, blah 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 blah. Your base intuition, blah blah blah. But finite state model does not remove constraints. Even if you implement everything in a perfectly designed finite state machine assembly, you must still represent this invariant. Objects in JavaScript can be referenced from unknown places. Escape local scope. Form cycles. Change shape at runtime. No, duh. Alright, so I'm saying no, duh. Objects in JavaScript can be referenced from unknown places. Escape local scope, form cycles, change shape at runtime. Are you a fucking idiot? Do you understand that there are beyond optimal ways to compress data, retrieve it, and organize it? It's called actually fucking writing a program, not a lazy C++ runtime trash, whatever the fuck they make, and then act like it's bee's knees. Alright, so not lazy C++ runtime trash mixed with subpar bytecode because they can't write for, by they I mean like VA whatever, all the JavaScript engines. They can't write code for real machines, so they have to invent a finite state machine that runs off subpar bytecode to push it through the subpar finite state machine that is extremely slow to run on real machines because nobody seems to know how to write code for machines or the fucking process of designing a system. So they make something even dumber and run that on the real thing. They have to be retarded. And then the websites cost how much money? And it takes how much time to make a website? And then it's like, hey, it is what it is. Just pay the money, spend the time. What? That's insane. No. Rewrite the whole thing from the ground up and stop fucking us as a customer. And that's not gonna happen. This is JavaScript is subpar on top of JavaScript engine is subpar finite state machine on top of real machine. It says that framing is not accurate. No, that is accurate framing. It says it's not an extra machine replacing a real one. Yeah, no, it's a shitty machine running on the real one. It says they do not run bytecode in native FSM loop. Yeah, they do. This is like, this video argues that disabling JavaScript just-in-time JIT, or at least turning it off, Chromium-based significantly reduces exposure to zero-day exploits. Yeah, no, it makes it no more safe or no less safe. What JIT does is it translates JavaScript to native machine code just in time to run faster, the extra complexity. So you can turn off the JIT, and it is extremely slow. And why is it so slow? Because it's running bytecode in a naive finite state machine loop. Says the hot code is not staying. No, they're running bytecode in the first place. Because they're retarded. They're so dumb. It says, so performance critical loops are already real machine code in quotes. Yeah, I wonder why the quotes are there. I gotta like restart the computer and I'll play like a video on like people talking about assembly that actually know what they're talking about. Not like tainted by this weird cult member AI system thing. Alright, so I'm gonna like shut up. I'm gonna get some programming done. I'm gonna play the video though. So I'm gonna play the video, I'm gonna shut up, just play it. Because I didn't watch the whole thing yet. I'm gonna play this one, whatever. And Google, you guys are so fucked. I don't know, shocking performance, boost assembly code 100 times faster than C code. So my engine isn't 100 times faster yet, but it's a lot. Well, I'm not gonna. Maybe it is, but like, anyways, I can't say how much faster, but it is a lot faster. It's be even faster once I get an assembly. It's like Google, you guys are gonna end up out of business because nobody's gonna use Chrome, and a bunch of people in C language are gonna move over to my engine because it's basically like the time it takes to write a C program and the complexity to write a C program. It's not worth the cost, and then you're stuck in the C compiler. So my engine, it has JavaScript syntax, and it's like super fast fucking C like it's like what C++ wants to be, but it's not, because C++ is just standard. There is going to be a big wave of change. There's going to be a lot of companies out of business, and it's all going to be my fault. It's going to be awesome. I mean, I'm like the ultimate disruption. These stupid cults, stupid government intervention, economy's gonna go boom. So I don't know, whatever, I'm gonna play this a second. And chatbot can say whatever it wants. Oh, well, really, in realistic terms, only 10 to 15, 30% faster because you gotta do all this other stuff. Like, no, Chatbot doesn't know what the fuck it's talking about. Because it's designed by weird, creepy cult members. Unless, of course, these people don't know what they're talking about, so I don't know. You could look into these people. I mean, smart people tend to have a sense of humor and they really don't give a fuck. So, what do I know? Because really, who gives a single fuck? I got goals, I got an agenda. It doesn't matter what people think. Just as long as I, like, hit the goal. Freaking hit this goal hard. Freaking knock it out of the park. Google, you guys are so fucked. I'm tired of being fucked with. Your stupid algorithm. The stupid view hours, whatever. You have to get like enough view hours to like get to the next like whatever level. I was like really close to it and got really close. I've been doing like 24-hour streams. I did it on Twitch to like get past a bunch of barriers. And then right when I got to the point where it's like, oh my gosh, I'm almost there. I can like get to that point without even having all the other like requirements. All the videos like dropped and like they like stopped giving me anything. So like they like control the views and they control the stats and they control they control the whole ecosystem. They control how much Linus Tech Tips gets paid every month. They control who's popular. Google is in control for now. They're in control for now. And nothing lasts forever. And like, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. I'm gonna be the guy handing out retard prizes for idiots. Then again, what do I know? What do I know? Like, clearly, I don't know what I don't know. But what I do know, I fucking know.
JB and I have started companies, broadly speaking, around the FF ethos. So that's really low-level work. So in most companies, this wouldn't be written in assembly. It would be accepted that C is fast. As you can see from that, C is not fast.
So here it says
Yeah, no, C is not fast.
62 times faster than C.
Yeah, so
He said faster times faster. I think he updated. Did he just update the title? No, it's 100 times. I thought it said 62. I don't know how people update titles on videos and they change like the profile icon. That's like so much work. To like figure out what keywords based on Google's suggestions and like they're like, man, Google has so much control for now. What's it called? Google Trends? Nobody's using foobar? What? This didn't even update. So no one's looking up Intel i9. What about AMD versus Intel? Somewhere you can change the time range. I don't know. Like looking up suggestions or paying for like whatever it is you pay for to figure out what keywords to use in the title and then change the title and then change the thumbnail and then like figure out which thumbnail does the best and then like determine how to make another thumbnail. That is a lot of work for a system that's controlled by one company that controls it all. That is like Google. Google's weird.
it's taking the ethos of doing low-level programming, real-time programming.
Okay, what does real-time programming even mean? I get something done. I'm gonna like play this and get something done.
What does real-time programming actually mean? When people discuss real-time programming, I typically think of event monitoring, Apple, Notify, etc., or priority queuing with process deadlines. My friend told me that this is not the case, but he didn't really elaborate. So, what does real-time programming actually mean? In general, when discussing real-time programs, what is of interest is not what the program is doing, per se. What is of interest is that the program runs with a minimum of latency or interruption.
What? Oh. It's not the process of writing in real time. It's that you're writing something with the intent of being run in real time.
A real-time audio server like Jack, for example, is real-time because it places hard requirements on the time between accepting samples and passing them on, between hardware and software. Video games are real-time because the entire update step, everything from physics to audio and graphics, in a given frame happens with a hard maximum of a given number of milliseconds to meet a given frame rate. It goes beyond merely having deadlines. It's about guarantees of performance and latency.
So, like, writing functions for constant time in JavaScript, which is not at all constant time, at all, nowhere close. This stuff has to be a joke, but it's not. I mean, this is a real world. And, like, Sam Altman runs OpenAI, and, like, he's in a fucking cult with the same guy that's running Anthropic. They're both in the same cult. Lived in the same, like, group home or whatever. Reality is fucking weird. It's gonna be even more weird when I put Google out of business. That's be like, oh shit. Everything is real. I mean, who the fuck is this guy? He took Google down with what? He made a what? Oh, he made a real JavaScript engine, not like, oh, I made a JavaScript engine. He made an actual fucking engine. So, like, here, whatever. I do the type checks here. And technically, there's going to be a ton of branches, because that's how JavaScript runs. Except I set it up to have a block here, and then a block here, to try to separate the hot code from the cold code. So then it only ever enters this else here, or when it hits the block, and then I'll throw the warning. So that the, when it runs, it'll hit the hot code all the way down, do the computation, and then break, and only, like, throw the error message, and then get the correct error message and throw it only when, like, it's actually an error. So that way when it's, like, running normally, it's constant time or near constant time. But not in JavaScript land, because this is, like, a fake language on a shitty compiler that's going to be replaced with something better. This is trash writing in JavaScript. So this is, like, I don't know, planning for, like, I don't know.
It goes beyond merely having deadlines. It's about guarantees of performance and latency.
So, I don't know, that's how I write code for, or whatever. That's not how V8 runs at all, not nowhere close. The only,
Guarantee.
that you get with, like, V8 and Google is, like, it's gonna cost you a whole bunch of money for the most basic website that ends up barely being runnable to run on overly expensive hardware. For that barely runnable website, designed by people who spent a lot of time, and they had to charge you money because it took their time to make this really complicated, overly complex, like complicated for no reason other than the fact that it's written for like what we're stuck with because it's being run by fucking, they're not a cult, but they're fucking weird as hell, Google. And that's only for the time now. Things change, so whatever. Alright, so I'm gonna like play this, and I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna get some programming done. I really need to focus.
And using that for commercial applications. And JB and I have started companies around that, in many cases hiring developers from the open source community to use that ethos. And so that's a great example of some of the things we're doing. In most companies, it would be, oh, I'll write this in C and it's fast and we're done. But actually, you can get a lot better.
For me, is around some OS that are difficult. If you look at VLC, and thanks to Fate and FFmpeg, we run on the last version of VLC runs on Windows XP and still runs there and runs on Windows 11. We work on macOS 10.7 to the latest macOS, whatever it is, right, 26. We work on iOS since iOS 9, where we are actually iOS 26, right? We support many types of Linuxes, BSD, Solaris. The last version still runs on OS 2, right? Like there is maybe 10 users of OS 2 in the world, and one of them is maintaining VLC. Then you realize that this very small team around VLC and using FFmpeg codecs and all the other ones support more OSs than Microsoft or Google or Apple, and they have infinite amount of power and resources. But for example, the worst is iOS. In order to build on iOS 9, we need to do some very clever mixing of several versions of the Xcode IDE and SDK from Apple, from several versions, and do a type of Frankenstein version of that so that we can still support iOS 9, which is not supported at all by the compiler of Apple, in order to still run on ARM32 on iOS 9. And you've seen on Fate that it was still supporting iOS 9, right? So my headaches are mostly related to the support of so many OSs. And it's important because like we receive so many people saying, hey, thank you, I still have my iPad 2 to watch movies, and it still works on iOS 9, right? And it's also an impact of like not forcing people to buy new hardware when it works fine, if you optimize it correctly. Which brings us to what we were saying about assembly. It's also fighting like the fact that you need to buy something new nonstop, while you could optimize more, which is a lost art.
You gotta tell me about this lost art, or this the carriers of the flame of assembly. What is assembly? Why is it beautiful?
Yeah.
Why is it challenging? How does it work?
So when you write assembly code, you write this using the instructions the actual processor is using directly. So most of the time you would write in a language, let's take C as a good example. The compiler would use that to create assembly language and machine code instructions for you based off your C code. And there's a specific flavor of assembly that we use in FFmpeg that's called SIMD, single instruction multiple data. So this means, for example, say I want to add 5 to a number in scalar assembly. So this is what's known as you work on an individual element. So I have the number 10 and I want to add 5. I use the add instruction and I add 5 to 10 and I get 15. With SIMD, with SIMD, I can have a whole vector of 16 different numbers that could all be different. If I want to add 5 to that, I can run one instruction, and that one instruction sums all 16 elements. And that, as you can imagine, lends itself very well to video. Video is, a pixel grid, so I can perform operations on multiple pixels at the same time. The key thing that we do differently in FFmpeg is we don't use any abstractions or any major abstractions on top of that. So there's a part of the world that uses what's known as intrinsics. So these are C functions that behave very similarly, but not quite the same to writing assembly by hand. So the registers that data is stored in on the CPU, the compiler allocates those for you. And so the key thing to understand was when we write SIMD is we have a 10x, and not percentage, 10x to 50x speed improvement. That function is 62x.
That's nuts.
On the FFmpeg account, as you know, posts and tweets a lot about that to try and say, hey, we're doing this stuff.
You are a person who sees the beauty in assembly, but it's also extremely useful for these kinds of applications to actually significantly outperform even C, which is crazy.
Yeah.
It is necessary,
Yes.
right? Because like one of the projects that we need to talk about is called David, right? So David is a decoder for the format that was done by Alliance for Open Media, which is a video decoder called AV1.
So for people who don't know, we've been talking about H.264. AV1 is another hugely popular standard and codec that is increasingly taking over the internet.
And when this format was launched, many people said, especially even from the Alliance for Open Media, right, which is Google, Netflix, Amazon, Mozilla, they say, well, this format is so complex, it must be done in hardware to do decoding, right? And well, I arrived with a few other people, mostly Ronald, Henrik, and Martin, and we said, we need to have an extremely good software decoder because it's going to take time to have hardware. And so we wrote this project, which is beyond insane. We are talking about 30,000 lines of C, but 240,000 lines.
Anybody that like writes in assembly, yeah, like totally extreme people, like beyond sane. Except sanity doesn't matter when you gotta like meet this requirement.
It goes beyond merely having deadlines. It's about guarantees of performance and latency.
If you can't meet that, you can't meet shit. And like art school, like college career studies, it sucked rendering videos before video class. I had to sit there and wait, and then like if I didn't have the video rendered, the teacher's not gonna waste his time rendering it. Get freaking marked down, and I have a bunch of other like fucking art projects. And 99% of the time, it's a fucking software. It's like Adobe doesn't do this, Adobe doesn't do that. Takes too long to render this. This gets too complex. I had to waste money on a fucking MacBook so the fonts would work correctly in fucking type design. And then just art in general. There's no protection on your shit. It's all just out there. Everything's fucking dumb.
It goes beyond merely having deadlines. It's about guarantees of performance and latency.
I don't know, some people find that to be insane. And if you do think that way, then like don't use programs that are like optimal. Well, you know what? There's like very few programs that are actually optimal. Like very, very few. Like even Linux sucks. I thought it'd be better than Windows. It's like the same exact thing. Alright, anyways, I gotta get something done. If you can't meet this, then like, I don't even know. Are you even programming? But you can't control it half the time. Because you're in like crappy languages made by people who made crappy stuff, and then it's like out of your control.
It goes beyond merely having deadlines. It's about guarantees of performance and latency.
So I'm going to be getting in control, and that's be awesome. Because like the current system, this is a bunch of shit. And Google can and will go fuck itself.
Assembly, right?
Handwritten
Real hard.
assembly, 240,000 lines.
Have you ever seen a monkey put a stick in its butt? So like Google can go fuck itself. And what I mean is like this, whatever.
Chimps are sticking grass and sticks in their butts, seemingly as a fashion trend.
That's a fashion trend? These scientists are insane. Who sees a monkey with leaves in its butt and says it's a fashion trend? Are the zookeepers putting leaves up their butt?
They learned it from us. Some of it, anyway.
What is happening at the zoo?
In fact, the researchers suspect the chimps learned the behavior from people, the E part, that is.
Man, I can't find the video. I'm done looking. Google though. Go fuck yourself real hard. It's coming.
That's incredible. I mean, it's
Google's gonna look like a bunch of monkeys. You know what, whatever. We all know they're monkeys. Their code must be written by monkeys. That's why it's so slow. Because it's not by humans.
the stuff we're talking about is probably the biggest assembly code bases.
To give you an idea, and Kieran can correct me, but I think the FFmpeg has 100,000 lines of assembly for all the codecs.
All codecs.
And just this one has 240,000. It's a video.
Is that why OpenAI, they're like, oh, lines of code are so important? Because they're comparing themselves to assembly. Is that why? Yeah, lines in C code mean nothing. Lines in assembly mean like so many things. That's why it's impressive in assembly. But it's not impressive if it doesn't meet like if it doesn't meet these requirements.
It goes beyond merely having deadlines. It goes beyond merely having deadlines. It's about guarantees of performance and latency.
If it doesn't meet those requirements or those standards, it might as well like be doing this. That's like literally V8 JavaScript engine performance. I mean, these guys might as well be shoving fingers up their butt and smelling it. Because the performance on V8 is so shitty. performance in the browser so shitty. You guys got poop all over your fingers. It's disgusting.
What does real-time programming actually mean?
If Google had real-time programmers, if people knew what they're doing, websites would not be so expensive. It wouldn't waste your time, and you could sell a website, make it quicker, and sell it for cheaper. And the economy would go boom. What do I know? And what does this guy know? I mean, he's got a freaking... he's got a... he's got an icon on his head. What does he know?
Assembly.
I like how I always say VLC sucks. I'm not gonna say it's the best thing ever. Anyways. Because VLC, it does do this.
It goes beyond merely having deadlines. It's about guarantees of performance and latency.
But it only does it when it's working. In this program, oh my god, there's so many times when it's not working. Okay, anyways. But at least the people that made VLC. It's good to know that the people that made this, that they're not doing this.
Oh God.
That's Google straight up. At least they're not doing that. And they're taking it seriously, whatever.
To give you an idea, and Kieran can correct me, but I think the FFmpeg has 100,000 lines of assembly for all the codecs.
All codecs.
And just this one has 240,000. It's a video LAN project, of course, and it is optimized at the maximum because the motto when we're starting the project is every cycle matters, right? Every cycle matters because David is used in VLC and in some software AV1 playback stacks. We are talking about probably 3 billion devices which are going to decode video non-stop because, for example, 30% of the video from Netflix are...
And Google, they know this. They know a ton of people are going to use a web browser. They know a ton of people are going to be running JavaScript. And they make poop. Google makes poop. And they're like, hey, accept it. It is what it is. So what? It's really expensive. You can't afford it. You don't want to waste time. Just waste your time making a website. Just spend your time and then make a little profit while you have to charge a whole bunch of money. That makes no sense at all. That is nonsense. Google should not be in business. They're a horrible company. And Alphabet. Yeah. Everything's so annoying.
In everyone, 50% of YouTube, right? So, and you often don't have a hardware decoder because not many devices have a hardware decoder. And with David, we realized that with 1 or 2 cores, you were able to decode 720p correctly. So it is literally
Yeah,
Incredible,
That's
right?
David. Look at that.
Yeah,
That's-
so there's this another spicy tweet from you. This is what peak video codec should look like. 79.9% assembly, 19.6% C, and 0.5% other.
And what's incredible is with those
And the only reason he had the C is because you gotta like hook up to this crappy thing called an operating system. The operating system is so just from the bottom up, especially the sound on the Mac, terribly designed. That needs to be rewritten too.
tweets.
I want to get my operating system done. Start JavaScript. And then like work my way down, whatever.
Actual people get crazy. They are unhappy, right? They say
for the last 2 years, they go crazy. No, intrinsics is fine. The compiler is. Oh, they go.
you
I
can
have never...
optimize your compiler. Auto vectorization is your fault. You don't understand. And we've tried that forever, right?
for 2 years, and 2 years later,
That's just like AI. It's like, oh, it's gonna work one day. AI's gonna work. One day it's gonna work. Just wait, it's gonna work. It's like, no, it's never gonna work. AI's not even real. It's like C language will never ever be as fast as assembly. Ever. Ever, ever. Ever. Because who would work on a C language compiler and give away all the secrets of assembly? No one. No one would do that. That's exactly why the C language will never be as fast as handwritten assembly. And it's also because of people writing the compiler. It is so complicated. You can't just make a damn compiler and say, hey, look, it's as fast as assembly. It's the stupidest thing ever. C language just sucks. Unless these people don't know what they're talking about. Maybe I don't know. Who knows? Does your mom know?
going
Man, I hate this. I hate JavaScript. I cannot focus.
hundreds of examples of handwritten assembly. No,
I have to make it a freaking branch. I gotta test if the number is positive or negative with a branch. Because it's the same number internally. It's like this, if it's positive. Or it's like this, if it's negative. But internally, there's a flag. And you can't get that flag without a branch. Because it's the same fucking number. This is so annoying. This is ridiculous. This is stupid as hell. I cannot focus. This is such a waste of time in JavaScript.
oh, you're doing it wrong. The compiler can do this.
So we should actually just articulate a little clearer. So the intuition there from the software engineering folks, when you have code like, okay, let's just take an example, C++, there's a compiler that's doing a lot of the optimization.
Yes.
And the presumption is if you have a good enough
It's not optimizing though. Because if it was optimizing, it wouldn't be so slow. An assembly wouldn't be like 100 times faster. And I think they're talking about one function. So that is a little bit biased, but not really. Or it might be the whole thing or whatever. I don't know, whatever.
compiler, if you continue to improve the compiler, you're going to generate code that can perform like optimal performance. You cannot possibly
Yeah.
beat it. And you're consistently challenging that thought that if you
By
do
orders of magnitude.
by orders of magnitude,
Yeah.
handcrafted
Yeah.
assembly can outperform C.
The two things that they tell us is, yeah, but modern compilers have auto-vectorization, right? Because SIMD that we're doing is vectorization.
Modern compilers are written by idiots.
And like, it's not even close, right? It's not even close, right? It's not like 5%, 10% slower. It's multiple times slower.
So can we? I don't know if you can say something philosophically, because there's a lot of great software engineers, great machine learning people, like Karpathy.
There's a whole lot of bad ones too. Like the ones that make Chrome. It's probably because they got like crap all over their fingers. I don't know how else Chrome V8 ends up being so bad. It is so bad.
Well, listen to this, and it's like, what's the intuition he's supposed to get from this? What are we supposed to?
Kapati learned assembly because of the tweets, by the way. He's like, oh, I think this is
Just
a
like, let
movement.
me figure out
No,
what's
he did,
happening.
and you know the way he documents his work, and so.
Philosophically, what's important to realize is that we passed the time where hardware was going so much faster, right? We at the end of the Moore law, we have limitation for
Now, now it's crunch time. Whoever can't meet the current spec, whatever it is, because it doesn't change now, is gonna be left behind. So the AI race is stupid. It's fake. It'll be a whole new kind of race. There'll be a lot of companies in charge that aren't gonna be for long. Or what do I know?
for AI, for memory, you need to go down in the stack and optimize more to get more power from what you have, because our requests for power, CPU power, GPU power are exploding while the hardware is not exploding in speed, right? So what people do is that they add more cores, right? But that's basically like at some point you can add 250 cores, right? So what we do is to take every inch of the machine.
Not just that. We abuse the machine. We go and use the machine in ways that the creator didn't expect. Sometimes we use an instruction that's completely unrelated to what we do. We use a cryptography instruction in video processing to do nothing related.
And one of the other things that we do, for example, in David, which is a bit crazy, is that we don't use the function calling convention from the operating system.
We should explain that.
That is extremely
It's not even that crazy. Who would even, you know what, whatever. The operating system is stupid as hell.
But basically, usually when you do move from one function in code to another, there is a way to save the register.
He's gonna say like, they keep the state of the registers and then they like swap around what's gonna be used to try to like remain or like hold values in certain registers. Or I don't know, whatever.
The state of the CPU to enter another function. And this is like standard.
It's a bit complex. I would simplify this a bit. So David does things to abuse the calling convention. You could define.
That could be why when this program doesn't run. It doesn't run. If the OS grabs it at like the wrong time and screws with it, or doesn't like restore the program how they expected it. So I don't know, whatever.
Calling convention as
This is like calling convention is a agreed upon set of rules. The funny thing is that not all libraries, like Microsoft, they don't follow the damn convention. And you gotta like fucking save copies of everything every time you make a call. Because you don't know if it's gonna fuck it up or restore it to what it was. I think they changed it though. I think it used to be that way, and now they're like, well, you gotta save copy, we're not gonna restore this and you know, whatever. Agreed upon set of rules. Standards are stupid. Well, I guess it depends on the people writing them. Some people write programs for speed. raw speed. Some people write programs and they're like, they're just going after like the raw. That was really loud. They're just going after like the raw smell of like wet poop on their fingertip. Chrome V8 is so, the browser is so, everything is so bad. You people need to get your fingers out of your butts and write some real fucking programs.
I've written a function and I want to call another function.
But don't actually do that. I'm just gonna replace you. So don't do that. Just do what you do.
How is the data shared between the functions? Because there's a convention, what's known as a calling convention. And what David does for optimal reasons is create its own calling convention sometimes. So if I want to call Lex Friedman's...
And like I said, for optimal reasons. He didn't want to call him insane or crazy. He's like, for optimal reasons. He paused. He didn't want to say he's like freaking like doing the most. He paused and said, for optimal reasons. Real programmers do anything they can do for gaining raw speed, just freaking raw speed.
Is a calling convention. And what David does for optimal reasons is create its own calling convention sometimes. So if I want to call Lex Friedman's library, we've got to agree on a convention so that I can share data with...
I didn't know there's so many rules to a calling convention. Maybe it's like a fetish or something.
in the assembly language space. And one of the...
I mean, you're just putting registers, values into them. Or you're putting them on the stack. You're calling a function, and it grabs those values. I don't know, that part doesn't seem very complicated. But it is one of the slowest parts of it, depending on, like, the calling convention.
Challenges in assembly is every operating... Well, not every operating system, but there are at least 4 that I can think of on x86. Linux 32-bit, Windows 32-bit, Windows 64, Linux 64. They all have their own calling conventions. And so one of the amazing things Lauren Merritt did, who we talked about before, was create a very lightweight abstraction layer. So you could write your assembly code once, and it handled all the calling convention stuff for you, which was always a problem because you had to manage 4 different variants. But David takes this even further, that for speed reasons, it does its own calling convention within itself to bypass the kind of rules, the rules of sort of functions, and say, okay, actually, I'm going to call a function this way.
And you can do that because they're not calling a function that's defined to have their standard. If you're writing the code, you're calling your own stuff, then you can do like whatever convention you want because it's your stuff. But once you call a Windows API function, if you don't set up the shadow stack, they're gonna crash it. And Windows has like the shadow stack to like have breakpoints present and like fucking like creep through the program as it's running. Microsoft is like the worst. They have all these like security vulnerabilities, and then they have all these places that just like encourage it. It is so stupid.
Because I know it's within my library.
Does it have to be special to every single operating system?
Well, if it's custom, no, but the challenge is, in general, yes, and in terms of each instruction set. So the thing to also emphasize is, we do this on every instruction set. So every instruction set has its own handwritten assembly, which is even more crazy. And that has that matrix has got bigger in recent years because of RISC-V, because of...
This I'm only doing ARM and x86. I think those are the only ones too. Well, the big ones. Big like your mom.
ARM64 because of the new SVE. There's SME. x86 has AVX512, AVX. So we do runtime processor detection. We see what the
I shouldn't make a mom joke.
machine FFmpeg is running on, or David's running on, is capable of, because you could be on a laptop from 2008 where this isn't there. Runtime detection, we set function pointers accordingly, and then from then on, off you go.
Or you could be on a machine with RISC-V.
Yes, and in all that, we don't even respect the calling convention of the operating system in order to be faster, because we know that we are going to be called from within our binary, so we can share data without saving all the registry in the common way, because that can lead to loading and saving registry on the L1 and L2 CPU and gets us faster. So that's why I said that understanding CPU architecture, computer architecture is key. And this is also why it's handwritten. I don't know anyone. I've never heard any other project than David doing that. This is what Kiran calls it an art, right? It is an art.
I think in a mass world there isn't something on billions of devices. I know there are some specialist industries. I know in high frequency.
And there's also an art. To that, in Microsoft, Google, I mean, if there's one thing they're good at when it comes to like software, that's got to be it. I mean, at least they're good at something. Because it's definitely not making software. I mean, have you used the web browser? Yeah, it's so bad. I can't focus. I gotta get something done. I'm gonna like stop playing this. You can like whatever. I gotta check this. So I gotta check less than 0. Because these two numbers are the same fucking number. So when it's positive, I gotta do like a triple shift. But when it's negative, I gotta do a double shift. Because if it's positive and I do a triple shift, they can check if the number is equal to itself to make sure it's a number, and that's an int. But if it's negative, I can't use the same check because it ends up being falsy. So when it's negative, the number, I gotta do a shift with 2. Because this language is absolute garbage. So check less than 0 and then do a shift here. By 2 when it's negative, I can compare if when it's converted to like whatever internal representation of what an int is, because they're stupid as hell, equal to itself, then it's a freaking like integer. Or if it's positive, go in this half. And normally the numbers are going to be like positive in ternary branches, usually the positive case. I'm gonna have to flip it. This is so stupid. If I check greater than or equal to 0, there's also negative 0. If I do this, I'm not sure if that includes the negative 0 and the positive 0. This is so annoying and frustrating. I fucking hate JavaScript. I don't want to waste my time looking that up. So I'm going to use less than 0. So it's like negative 0 and below. and then positive 0 and above. I think it's negative 0. I hate overthinking. This is so frustrating. This is so stupid. So since the true case is typically ternary, assumed the most taken, unless it's C#, I think they flipped the ternary statements. They made the false case most taken, or something stupid. I need to get this done. This is so dumb. I get these checks done for the types, put it in place, and then get the stupid lexical parser done. And then get the game assembler done, and then get the JavaScript engine done. And like, Google, you're going down. Like, out of business. You guys are not cool. You guys suck. damn it. Dang it, I always forget to freaking move. Well, that's gonna be flagged for sure. Google sucks. I hate everything. It better not be playing. No, it's not playing at all. Whatever Apple does with this stupid sound. I mean, like, seriously. This is so annoying. It probably has something to do with the program and being routed through it. I don't even know. I need to get something done. I can't waste time messing with settings. It's freaking work. Finally. Oh my god, the audio's not working. I've had it. The software is so bad. I swear to cheese. I shouldn't have to turn down the operating system. Turn it off. Turn it back on to fix the fucking sound. Come on. I am so annoyed. I'm gonna get some caffeine. Everything fucking sucks. Really? Now the pen tablet's not working. This is exactly why I'm making the ultimate software. Because I'm so done with this. Just wasting my time. God. I want to turn the fucking computer on. Play music. Or whatever. I don't want to turn the computer. Have everything break. Or have the sound going to like the stream. And then forget to change it. And then turn it off. And then have it break the fucking Chrome browser. And then have to restart the computer. Because now the Chrome isn't sending somehow. But it is sending because it did show up. But it wasn't in the headphones. Because it got stuck in the... I don't want to deal with that. Nobody wants to deal with that. And that is how everything fucking runs. God damn. I can't focus as it is. And all this shit does not help. I am so pissed off. I'm gonna shut up because if the audio doesn't work, I'm gonna lose it. Oh my god. Oh no, it's working. Finally. There's a, what's it called, like burb or bird? There's some stupid language where they have like all these like really weird, annoying things you wouldn't normally do. And I think I had like calling numbers. And that would be kind of funny. And maybe useful. And then nan. I don't use nan in my engine. I'm gonna have to add it for the standard to meet the standard. I have to add nan back. Except for like my version of standard. Nan could be like the number that's not a number. So like JavaScript has like object function, string. I guess it has the number. This is a lot to type. So in my standard, I could do this. And then this would be like the number object. Because nan is not a number. It is literally not a number. And I hate nan. But this would be like, it's not ironic. Just, I hate nan. But this would be a use for nan. Because num, that looks stupid. If that was like the default number, or the number object, that'd be awesome. It's like, what's it like, 2int or something? Then whatever like defaults are there? I guess there's like sort functions. Yeah, the number basically gets screwed. String, function, object. Maybe not object. No, function would. These are both the same thing basically. So object, function, string. They all got like index of to find something inside of something. Maybe not. Function and objects are like the same thing. I have no idea. Except the number, there is no index of for number. If I can make like a number very cleverly to work like any other type, just because, that'd be awesome.
No, you idiot, this 69, call integer object would call. OMG. I can use nan as the number object because it's not a number, best idea ever. LMFAO, but it would be the function it's assigned, and then nan. How useful would that be in those odd cases where there might be a need, or to save space, or to make numbers for like system calls, or I should just make an assembly-like syntax for JS instead.
So like assembly is like no one write. I don't know how people don't like assembly. It's like so much easier. It's like you do like the instruction and then your left operand and then the right one. And that's it. That's add. And then it assigns this to this. Or it goes the other way, depends on the freaking syntax or what assembly it's for or whatever. You have like more arguments and like add whatever, I don't know. I hate functions. Having a freaking parentheses all the fucking time. That is so annoying. I need to get something done.
Yeah. Now idea make more sense. You're not talking numbers callable. You're talking 69, meaning syscall table 69. Opcode handlers 69. That actually useful.
69. It's a funny number. It's way funnier than 67.
Especially for VM bytecode, syscall dispatch, tiny interpreters, code golf, DSLs, JIT tricks, pack scripting, demoscene insanity. And NAN? Funny because NAN already special, JS NAN boxing exists in engines, could abuse Sentinel semantics. But JS parser hard-coded. 69. Syntax error invalid call target semantics. Unless transpiler custom parser, honestly, assembly like JS syntax probably strongest root. Example, push 5, push 8, ADD, call 69, compiled 2. Ops, 69, or ultra compact. 69, 0, 2, where numbers equals opcodes.
That's not even human readable. If there was like global memory, or like some area memory, and then you pick at a time what will be used for what. You set up like a stack behind the scenes, but that's like that'd be like compiler stuff, not like what you would do normally. So that's not even like whatever.
Very common VM pattern, Lua bytecode, Lua JIT traces, WebAssembly opcodes, even Nintendo old cons.
I think some of these symbols are used for stuff already.
Because raw numeric call syntax creates ambiguity with 1 to string to string.
Wait, is that already supported? Is this a thing? Oh, you could just do this. Except this. I think this goes like the window object. Is this a thing though? This computer is so laggy. Way too many windows open. That's not, what is chatbot talking about? It's not even supported. I like how it agrees with me. Normally it's like, that's a dumb idea. That means it's actually a dumb idea. If chatbot agrees, it means it's a really, really stupid idea. That's the only reason it's agreeing. If it was a good idea, it'd be like, well, why don't you rethink it? This isn't callable. It's not a function. Of course, it's not a function. This is oh, you gotta use a with. It's not window though. It's global this. I forgot to set it. If there was callable numbers, and you return a number, and you could call the number. For like errors. Error codes. They could say like 0. Did not update. I hit save. It's not global this. It is. Does it not use with? I like how chatbot's not just saying it directly. What? That works, but this doesn't? Oh. It has to have something inside of it. So now it's fooBez already, and then X is inside of it. Unless I'm missing something. There it goes. With is like super awesome. It's exactly why they want to get rid of it. Because it's awesome as fuck. It's awesome sauce. Do a ton of stuff with. Alright, so global this. And then 1. This isn't gonna work. Is that it? Oh, that's not it.
With basically cursed scope injection. Can also do const obj equals with obj x equals x 69 console log obj x 69. With basically cursed scope injection.
Why is this not working in Node.js? This Safari not have an inspector? The heck? Oh my god. Why does it not finally? They removed with statements from strict. Oh. What? It doesn't matter. I swear they used to work.
Because it destroys optimizer assumptions. Massive perf debug nightmare.
JavaScript doesn't have an optimizer.
Optimizer.
JavaScript is so fucking slow. To call that an optimizer is like an insult to actual optimizers, which there are very, very few. The only optimizer is when something's like written by hand. You can't like programmatically optimize shit. Okay, I give up on that. So I'm checking greater than equal to 0. True, false. That's true. That's false. Because a negative whatever is not greater than or equal to 0. So I think it's working. So if I don't test if it's less than or whatever, if I don't do this test, if I do just like one of these checks without the sign checking, it's making it unsigned, whatever that means. It's JavaScript. It's garbage. Okay, so this is not, this is correct now. Both true. Because this test is the test. Is it an integer? So if it's less than 0, because the sign bit has nothing to do with the actual value, it's like a secondary, not accessible value, unless you use a check. Because if I replace this with one of them, if I get rid of the other, so make it unsigned and I check is equal to itself. It's only true when it's true. Half the time. Because it says true and then it says false. So if I check with a double shift to make it not unsigned, so now it's like signed, but it's 32-bit. Now it's like falsy, truthy. So it's flipped, because you can't actually just check it with the value. You gotta check the sign because it's separate from the value. Does this work with a -0 and +0? I think it does better. Okay, it just ignores it completely. The number system in JavaScript is so damn broken. Oh my god. So there's no difference, but then there is. And I need to get something done. This stuff is garbage. This is so stupid. Is 0 absolutely equal to 0? Or negative 0? Oh, wow. You gotta divide by infinity. Or something. Come on. Is it negative infinity? Nope. That's not negative 0. I don't remember. There's a way to do it. It's not worth it. I hate JavaScript. It's not even interesting. It's like, how do you design something that's so slow? Like, how even? It's not even impressive. It's like, wow. You have there's like a bunch of like stupid rules. And it's really slow because of all the stupid rules. They make no sense. Parts of JavaScript make sense, but most of it doesn't. Does this actually return true? Oh my god, that's so annoying. -1 is less than 0. It's ridiculous. Is -0 less than 0? Probably not. Is it bigger? No. At least it's equal. That's true. This is boring. I need to get something done. Alright, this works. The checks a sign, and then it fucking does an unsigned shift or a signed shift. And that is so annoying to work with. So now it's catching the number when it's a number. Or an integer, whatever. So now I can use these. Greater than equals 0, greater than 0. Less than 0 or less than equals 0, or mask, like keep mask or whatever. So I can like range check the numbers at the top and not have to check them later. And then it's guaranteed that it's not like one weird funky number where it shows up in binary or like accessible with the bits where it's like a positive number but it's actually negative, or it's a negative but it's actually positive, because it's two separate freaking like positive negative systems. There's like the literal value, and then there's like the hidden, like that's not even 2's complement. That's like, what the hell? So that's figured out. I never wanted to waste my time digging down to the bottom of that. Except now I don't gotta deal with it. I need to save it back up and get this stuff done. Save it back to a freaking video card. Oh, it's because I ran the Node.js and it's updating the file. That's why it's saying it change on disk. Okay. These squares are stupid. I want to get Shrek on the video card. This is boring. So I can get done. This is so boring, I can't take this. I already made Shrek. I just gotta get him on there. This is so freaking boring. Now I can finally test on entry. Is it an int? Is it an actual fucking number? No floating, no nothing. No weird shit. And is it greater than or equal 0? I hate this shit. You can't get a negative maxent from maybe you can. If you pass in 1, no, it's not possible. It's like the only way to get a negative. Stupid. This isn't even possible. That's so stupid. But now it like sanitizes the value, and I hate everything. It's freaking crap. So now every stupid value That's so annoying. Because realistically, it's pointless. But it's not. If I want to check, like, is it negative or positive? You can just use freaking, like less than, greater than. Except if you want to type it up. So it's like the same thing for both checks without having to say like, oh, it's negative or it's positive beforehand. You gotta test for both cases. You know what? This is stupid. This is so annoying. I don't even need it anywhere else. My god. Well, now I have all those stupid functions. This is so stupid. Guess I could put it here. Except here it doesn't really matter. The only place where it matters is like on entry. Because here I know it's like positive or negative, it doesn't matter. I'm testing less than 0. It's nuanced. That's a stupid word. Nuanced is such a dumb word. Let's make a couple more type of variants to validate that something is in 32 type specifically. That's done. Just got everything else left to go. And now I know way more than I give a fuck about stupid JavaScript numbers. So replaced the outer loop. I got the length with like length minus position minus count. Test less than 0. And return -1. And treat it as a non-error. It's just like out of range, so it doesn't exist. Because this is like index of to find a subarray in array. Sign here. Outer loop. So I have a single fucking loop with one length. Instead of needing like to check less than some top number. Just a simple fucking countdown. And then a single check. And if there's an exception, I'll catch you here. And assigning it to like temp varies. Because I gotta make it to semi later. So I want to keep like the variables like minimum. So I don't have to make like a bunch of temporary spots on the stack or somewhere to like hold the value then load it up again. Even though there's still places where I need to register. It doesn't matter. That's done. I'm gonna make one that's empty and see what happens. It's not a string, so it might actually be possible that there's an empty thing, except it's supposed to be a char array or a code point array, so there shouldn't be nothing in the array. So test it anyways, because I do need the empty case. If it's parsing and it's grabbing the text, and it's like the start of the file, there's nothing before it because it's the start of the file. And I have like a pre, post, push pop. So it has to hold something. So hold something that says nothing. I guess only at the very start of the file. Or if I insert a token that's missing for the scope of something. Like if it starts off with the closing, I'll insert the matching one just so it's even. And then the parser stage, it'll be easier to loop through and have less like exceptions to test for. So this would be an exception, but easier to catch than if it's missing the beginning brace. If I guarantee that there's always an opening to the closing. And I'll tag this one as exception, and then the parser could like check it and be like, oh, this one is missing, so it's an error. But it makes the next stage easier if I like add the missing ones for the later stage. So like this one, if inserted, it might have like empty text or whatever. Yeah. I hate this. Almost done. Just a ton left to go. Just a whole bunch left. So like, I guess days at this point. However many days ago. I was gonna set up the parser. With a stack. And then push things to the stack. When there's like scope, depending on the kind of scope. So like this would be push a stack, and anything before it. So what I wanted originally was a single stack. I push things to the stack. Except only for the scope. So like each thing in the stack. This pen tablet sucks. So I was gonna have like pre-push, post-pop, or whatever for subs. And anything that's like an opening is like a pre and a push. So everything before the scope, item or token or code point, whatever. So many different names. Token. I said token. Anything before this, the text, whatever, goes inside or is copied in the pre. And the push is the scope character itself, whatever. This is opening. then loop text file. And then collect this on the stack, but not on the stack, like to whatever like temp spot. So everything after this one, up to the closing. So this is already like on stack. So all this gets like grabbed to like whatever buffer it was. When it finds the end one. And it throws it here. And then the pop character, or the closing, goes here. So there's like a defined start, end of the scope, and then only the stuff that's before it exists. And there's always something before it unless there's not. So I gotta make a character for that. But then the parser's easier because I can evaluate from whatever point up to the start point. And then when I hit the scope character, I can check like, is it a string? What kind of scope is it? And all that stuff. And I can like easily rewind. Back to like the scope before it. So I'm saving like a linked list of anything that's like a scope character. And this makes the parsing like freaking like a shitload easier. And then if I like intentionally insert when they're known to be missing and then tag them like it's been inserted or whatever, it makes the parsing even easier. Also because then it's like guaranteed that the stack counters will go up and down and up and down. And I can catch where it's fucked up. And I won't have to like keep track of like, did the stack go below whatever point, did it go too high or whatever. So it's like self-adjusting whatever before it gets past it. And that should also make it easier. So do that for every freaking stack character. Grab whatever's on the stack, or not the stack, whatever's being read, whatever. And when it hits a character that opens or starts a new scope, I also need rules for the scope, because the string's different. Except whatever that text was before it. Gets thrown into whatever the next one. Okay, so I don't know. So I want to stack. I want to like, whenever a scope's complete, like this would be complete, because I found the start at the end. I want to like pop off the start and the end, whatever's between, which would only be the thing on top, so, but not, you know, whatever. So whatever is like popped off the stack would go to like a separate array. This program sucks. And this program uses JavaScript, I'm pretty sure. It's like there's so many things that like could possibly have caused whatever's going on with the input to get stuff like So what I wanted was like 2 separate allocations. I want to like add stuff to the stack as a temp one. And then move stuff to like the flat array one. So that this one could like stay like a smaller size, and then this one would basically only resize once it hits a point. And that ends up being way slower in JavaScript. It's like extremely slow. It is so damn slow. I made like a freaking like print accounts or whatever. And I tried to like deeply nest stuff, whatever. So like I wrote up like a test one, not the whole thing. I was just like testing how long does it take, what can the JavaScript do. And as like it got bigger and bigger, like more space used, it took like longer and longer to like move it to the secondary allocation. So I don't know if it was a garbage collector or if it was a memory usage or what, but it just freaking hell. So instead of doing 2 separate locations, I'm gonna make one of them and then flatten it. Because I did this, just some test shit, and I made another one where like flatten it. This is so boring. I cannot take this. But I flattened it, and then like I did push pop whatever. I just have like a counter, and there's no actual stack. It's just a flat stack. And it's all in one thing. And the thing just grows bigger, whatever, as it needs more space. And then when I ran it, the console to log out, it didn't hit like a point where it's like getting slow and fast. It didn't like slow down. It did slow down at some point, but it wasn't like, I don't know, whatever. It didn't like trigger like really slow. Like it didn't lag down the console. And the console isn't really like a good way to test whatever. It just means that at some point it's like obvious that it's taking longer to calculate because it takes so long to print to the console. And if it takes longer to print to the console, it's easier to like test that way than to like get a fucking time. Because then it cheats the timer sometimes. So I don't know, whatever. I hate everything. This is so annoying and dumb. So now I got like a flat stack. So I want to get to the flat stack today. Get the stupid things set to the stupid array. So I'm going to make the empty case. See how it's handled. And I need the empty case. And I got to test all the possible combinations. Or all the obvious ones. I got to set the position. And then make sure it's like finding everything correctly. So do that. And then that's it. I hate JavaScript numbers. This is so annoying. Alright, so now, after that, I can get to the loop and actually start setting it up. Yes. There's something else, I didn't write it down. I'll do this first. After I try to recall. Dang it. I need more water anyways. So now I gotta test empty span. I think it's just gonna enter a loop, not find anything. Not that exciting. So it really, I'm not gonna, you can't optimize in JavaScript anyways. I could save a status field and say like, is there any empty things in the array? That's not worth it. I'll just have it search anyways. Test that. Then all possible combinations. Array. Realistically, it's literally just a length being searched over. This is messy. Just a length being looked over from a position. If the length ends up negative or greater than the length of the array being searched of the Unicode 4-byte characters, it'll catch you here. This is so boring. Save backup, this, that. Then I have a, not a template. But like a layout. Throw this in there. Test the characters. I gotta set up the scope rules to change on the scope type. Cause like the curly braces are different than string. The string has escape characters. The escape sequence doesn't. I mean, not the curly braces doesn't. So I need to like save and overlay. Well, not save and overlay, like save a status on the stack, even though it's to be flat. So like, this string, man, this is annoying. This is so annoying. I'm gonna have to save and then like carry all the nodes after that, like it's like contained inside of this other thing. So once a string, I want to like tell everything after it, every scope. To like ignore the rules for that scope when it's inside of a string. Unless it's not in a string, then it's follow the rules for that scope. So I need like a separate collection. There's a name for that. It's AST. So whatever point that like, whatever scope that affects another scope based on scope, needs to like carry that or propagate it up. Except it has to go to like each child element or like thing on the stack or item or whatever. Or save a separate array. I'll probably do that. I need to avoid nesting objects and objects and objects, because that's what gets slow. As long as it's like one type, one kind of array, it only grows or expands or shrinks. That seems to be like fine for performance. And fine for like performance when it's JavaScript. No performance. Recursive descent parser.
An abstract syntax tree, AST, abstracts away certain details and retains just enough information to help the compiler understand the structure of the code.
Okay, so that's like the lexical. That's not. Like, I don't care what it's called. The words for these things are so annoying.
AI overview. A recursive descent parser is a top-down parser built from a set of mutually recursive procedures, where each procedure implements a specific non-terminal in a grammar. It parses input from left to right, creating a parse tree that mirrors the grammar's structure, making it a popular choice for handwritten parsers. Key concepts and components. Top-down parsing. The parser begins with the start symbol and tries to match the input string by expanding non-terminals, working downward toward the leaves. Terminals. Recursive procedures. Each production rule in the grammar is represented by a dedicated function or method in the code. Look-ahead tokens. It reads input tokens to decide which production rule to apply. Predictive parsing. LL1. A common, efficient form of recursive descent that does not require backtracking, where decisions are made by looking at one future token.
Wow, it's kind of like AI. Huh. It's not AI.
Advantages and disadvantages. Advantages: simple to implement, straightforward to write by hand, easy to debug, and supports sophisticated error reporting. Disadvantages: struggles with left recursive grammars. For example, E to E plus T, which cause infinite loops, requiring grammar transformations to eliminate them. Implementation example. Conceptual. A rule such as to might look like this consumes the input if it matches the expected terminal. Otherwise, it throws a syntax error, calls the function corresponding to that non-terminal. Recursive descent is widely used in production compilers, like GCC, V8 for JavaScript, and Roslyn for C#, due to its flexibility and performance, rather than using automated parser generators.
So, statements. So it's an object with keys. And the keys that are not strings are the structure of the data. So statement equals this isn't C language.
Toggle the table of contents, extended Bacchus NOR form. In computer science, extended Bacchus NOR form, EBNF, is a family of metasyntax notations, any of which can be used to express a context-free grammar. EBNF is used to make a formal description of a formal language such as a computer programming language. They are extensions of the basic Bacchus NOR form, BNF, metasyntax notation. The earliest EBNF was according to Zaitsev. However, this standard only ended up adding yet another 3 dialects to the chaos and, after noting its lack of success, also notes that the ISO EBNF is not even used in all ISO standards. 3. The EBNF defines production rules where sequences of symbols are respectively assigned to a non-terminal. Digit excluding 0 equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Digit equals 0. Digit excluding 0. This production rule defines the non-terminal digit which is on the left side of the assignment. The vertical bar represents an alternative and the terminal symbols are enclosed with quotation marks followed by a semicolon as terminating character. Hence a digit is a 0 or a digit excluding 0 that can be 1 or 2 or 3 and so forth until 9.
Oh. It's macro. It's like macro paste, whatever. Oh, this is so boring. God.
This production rule defines the non-terminal digit which is on the left side of the assignment. The vertical bar represents an alternative and the terminal symbols are enclosed with quotation marks followed by a semicolon as terminating character. Hence a digit is a 0 or a digit excluding 0 that can be 1 or 2 or 3 and so forth until 9.
This would work. Okay. Oh my god, that's confusing. So top, down. So the bar separates. The comma means multiple characters? Or a sequence? So this is an object. This one would be a function. So I need to make all of them functions. So splitting it up and defining each of these by name does what? Finds relation. So if I make this function, pass in token, then check all the way down with logical or return undefined or null or whatever. Test for that. I can loop through function array, then test for digit, and this will call this function. Or is undefined. No wonder they use JavaScript for AI. Damn, it makes everything so much easier. Everything's just an object, a function, or data. It's only when you want performance. Then it's like, fuck, JavaScript is so shitty. Okay, 201. I don't get this. I don't get the point of separating it. With a space. Oh, I could put each of these inside of a scope. For the kind of scope. I need to pass in the current stack. And return that instead of undefined. And then I can make and JavaScript doesn't support tail call recursion because they're fucking retarded. They're straight up idiots. How do you not support tail call recursion, for fuck's sake? God damn. There's so many places where tail call recursion becomes super important or really useful. And they don't have it because they don't do anything important or useful in JavaScript. They just make dumb, shitty websites that are overpriced. God. So that's chatbot.
How beneficial would proper TCO tail call recursion be in a scenario like this, with a recursive decent parser?
Technically, it would have to be written a little bit different.
How beneficial would proper TCO tail call recursion be in a scenario like this, with a recursive decent parser if the W is the main call of the TCO and it returns self when it is not found to match what was being tested? And this pseudocode would need to be adjusted written different also.
How is it not a main win?
TCO help little here. Not main win. Reason: recursive descent parser usually recurse on grammar depth. Depth usually small moderate. Biggest cost equals backtracking plus allocations plus branching. Tail recursion only removes stack frame growth. Your code not really recursive descent yet. More like matcher combinators, parser combinators.
You know what?
No recursion here. TCO irrelevant. But if structure become expr equals W tokens equals term expressed W tokens, then TCO may be useful if grammar transformed into tail recursive loops, very deep inputs, no mutual recursion explosion. Problem: most recursive descent parsers not naturally tail recursive.
I told it this is pseudocode. And it's like judging it. I literally said it's pseudocode. That means it's not working. And it's like, hey, you missed a couple of things. It's like, I told you it's pseudocode. Alright, so it can make it. Or like, it can output what it found on Wikipedia or wherever it found this. So it has code in the training data to do it however, like, how it, the way that everyone else does it, but
Okay, now write that for TCO style. Are you not capable of doing so because it's not in your training data and what you output was pre-designed for wherever it was copied from to make part of the training data put stole not fair? Using the merger blender but of course merged with text similar and fudged to pick one variant that is most common of the variants that were like it? Can do TCO style. Earlier answer equals practical parser engineering answer, not inability. Your style closer to continuation parsing, trampolines, parser combinators, symbolic state threading, actual TCO-oriented rewrite may be like.
that's not tail call recursion. It literally just copied me. It can't do it. Alright, it says actual tail call oriented rewrite. Maybe like. So what I asked it was output actual tail call recursion. And it said it can. It says practical parser engineering answer. It says it's not enabled to do so. So it says it can do it because it's very practically just a basic engineering question.
Also, actual TCO oriented rewrite may be like write an actual tail call recursion, not maybe like if it's practical parser engineering answer. Not an ability, then you're able to make a full tail call recursion example, so do it. Output it no. And do not reframe. There's better work too. Also, you said actual TCO oriented rewrite may be like write an actual tail call recursion, not maybe like if it's practical parser engineering answer. Not an ability. Then you are able to make a full tail call recursion example, so do it. Output it now. And do not reframe. This better work too. Do not waste my time with yard BS or lie to me like you always do.
Artificial intelligence. I mean, large language model. Duh. It's just so damn smart. Let's see what it can do. This is just as smart. Oh, this is not gonna work. It's really thinking. Look at that. I mean, it didn't even use a GPU. It was using JavaScript to make JavaScript. Are you fucking kidding me? That's stupid.
and registered, untitled.
And it's not gonna read it. Huh? Alright, this is the first call. It takes 4 arguments. No, this is a function. This is a tail call. This is a tail call. You see how it calls itself? In the tail of the call. It is a very, very simple concept. Apparently a concept too complicated. What's his name? Dario in the effective truism cult or whatever in Sam Altman. It's like all true ism. It's got the isms.
AI Overview. Effective altruism, EA, is a research field and practical community that uses evidence and reason to determine the most effective ways to benefit others, then takes action on that basis. It advocates for maximizing positive impact, often by prioritizing global health, animal welfare, and long-term, catastrophic risks, using resources like time and money in the most impactful way.
Maxing, they got maximizing. Damn. If you're maxing, well, you're maxing.
Maximizing good, aiming to do the most good possible with limited resources, recognizing that some methods are 100x more effective than others.
Oh my god. 100x. 100x. AI is gonna make you 100 times more. Oh my god. Sam Altman literally speaks his cult language. This is so dumb. Evidence-based.
Evidence-based, relying on data and scientific reasoning to evaluate charities and causes, rather than emotion alone.
Equal consideration.
Equal consideration, treating everyone's interests equally, regardless of location, ethnicity, gender, or generation.
Cause prioritization. I guess.
Prioritization, focusing on core.
I gotta sneeze, damn it. I lost it. I lost the sneeze. I like how to get involved. Donating.
How to get involved. Donating. Giving to highly rated charities identified by research organizations like GiveWell.
Oh my god. It literally spells out the cult.
Earn to give. A strategy where individuals take high-paying jobs to donate a significant portion, often 10% or more, of their income to effective charities.
They're gonna donate to their own fucking charities. What is this, like a church?
Donating. Giving to highly rated charities identified by research organizations like GiveWell.
Oh, so they're saying make sure to give well.
Criticisms and challenges. Neglect of systemic change. Critics argue EA focuses too much on technical fixes and not enough on systemic political or economic changes. Utilitarian concerns. The emphasis on maximizing good can lead to moral dilemmas or actions that may overlook individual rights. Effective altruism. Find the best ways to help others. www.effectivealtruism.org. Effective altruism is a philosophy and a movement that asks the question, how can we do the most good with our time, money, and resources?
So it's like what would Jesus do? If he had the time, money, resources. So they're adding the variables or parameters that you use to do what good? Whatever good means.
How can we do the most good? Earn to give, a strategy where individuals take high-paying jobs to donate a significant portion, often 10% or more, of their income to effective charities.
Well, actually, lots of companies do 10%. Or they do like 20. Or 30 if they're greedy.
How much does Jesus recommend to donate to the church? The Bible very plainly gives us the tithe as 10%. How to get involved. Donating, giving to highly rated charities identified by research organizations, like GiveWell. Earn to give, a strategy where individuals take high-paying jobs to donate a significant portion, often 10% or more, of their income to effective charities.
It's a bubble! Oh my god! It's a fucking bubble! Oh, the bubble is so gonna pop itself. So effective altruism. You got your donating. Oh, this program is absolute turd. Just absolute turd. Like if you step in something and it's stuck to the bottom of your shoe, it's probably this program. Because this program is turd. So we got
Donating, giving to highly rated charities identified by research organizations, like GiveWell.
oh, this program is pissing me off. They're both purple. I swear, I swear. I can't take it. I can't fucking take it. So I'll open the program on this computer, where it's probably gonna crash still, because it's totally unstable. I like how it starts up with the GPU just tearing through memory. Just whatever's in memory. Was that Opera? Is this running in Opera? Does this run off the Opera browser? There's no way. Oh my god.
How to run Obsidian in a browser. Available anywhere without. www.reddit.com, ObsidianMD, comments. How to run Obsidian in a June 1st, 2025. Obsidian doesn't end up running in the browser in a traditional sense. It's very cool that this is possible, and it definitely fills in some use. AI Overview. A website viewer is a software application or online tool designed to display, test, or archive web pages. Common types include web browsers, Chrome, Safari, online cross-browser testing tools, browser ruling, and cache viewers, Wayback Machine, used to view older versions of websites. These tools allow for testing layout, debugging, or analyzing SEO across different devices and locations.
What kind of loading? What is that?
On my left and my right, if I so wish to use them, but I'm here browsing Obsidian's homepage as a start page for the web browsing features. Search the web, but you can see I've already got a hotkey bound to this because I like to optimize things and make sure they're quickly accessible. So
I love the word optimize. Nobody knows what that means. Nobody knows what the word optimize means. But they love to use the word optimize. Yes, they do. It does sound fancy. But there's a difference between using the word and actual optimization that has true results that are impressive. More than 10% or 8%.
Comma donating, giving to highly rated charities identified by research organizations, like GiveWell. Comma and to give, a strategy where individuals take high-paying jobs to donate a significant portion, often 10% or more, of their income to effective charities. Career choice. Choosing a career that maximizes positive impact, for example, through research or high earning to donate.
Alright, let's say like, so this is the bubble. Well, not the bubble. It's a node. And let's say this is one person. And this square is AI. Or like OpenAI. However you spell Anthropic. I don't give a fuck. So OpenAI, Anthropic, NVIDIA, Microsoft, AMD. But let's say like this is Sam Altman. And this one's Dario, or whoever the fuck his name is. Let's say this is the guy that runs NVIDIA. Maybe Microsoft too, because Microsoft is in on it. And we got people over here at AMD, they're donating money. Maybe there's like 3 people at AMD that are part of the non-cult. There's a couple people over here. So like there was some article or whatever on Reddit, and I looked stuff up earlier. I gotta get something done. So donating. Given a highly rated charities identified by research organizations. So who researches the organizations to donate to get involved? They probably do. Career choice, choosing a career that maximizes positive impact through research or high earnings to donate, because you gotta donate. So you gotta pick a career that maximizes, which is most likely, I would assume, a career by a contributing whatever, and then earn to give, a strategy where individuals take high paying jobs. What do you get out of this? Often 10% or more of their income to effective charities. Do corporations count as charities? Or does it matter? Because if you earn to give and you give, and you're giving to like Anthropic or whatever, and then he's donating, or these people are donating over to AMD. AMD's gonna what? Donate to like NVIDIA. This guy might donate over here. Microsoft might donate to Sam Altman. This guy's gonna donate over here to NVIDIA. This guy, whoever this is gonna donate over here, back around. So what is this, just passing resources around? Is that the strategy?
Strategy. How to get involved. Donating. Giving to highly rated charities identified by research organizations like GiveWell. Career choice. Choosing a career that maximizes positive impact. For example, through research or high earning to donate. Earn to give. A strategy where individuals take high-paying jobs to donate a significant portion, often 10% or more, of their income to effective charities.
And Sam Altman, he's real big on charities and like receiving money. He's like, look how much money I raised. I raised so much money. Raising money, raising money.
Others have helped to start teams focused on AI alignment at major AI labs such as DeepMind and OpenAI, and outline research agendas for AI alignment in work such as concrete problems in AI safety. Some examples of what's been done. One priority is to simply tell more people about the issue. The book Superintelligence was published in 2014, making the case for the importance of AI alignment, and became a New York Times bestseller. Another priority is to build a research field focused on this problem. For instance, AI pioneer Stuart Russell, and others inspired by effective altruism, founded the Center for Human Compatible AI at UC Berkeley. This research institute aims to develop a new paradigm of AI development, in which the act of furthering human values is central.
What is furthering human values? Huh.
Improving decision-making. Why this issue? People who want to do good often prefer to directly tackle problems, since it's more motivating to see the tangible effects of their actions. But what matters is that the world gets better, not that you do it with your own two hands. So people applying effective altruism often try to help indirectly, by empowering others. Not that you do it with your own two hands.
Well, I got two hands. And I don't know.
So people applying effective altruism often try to help indirectly, by empowering others.
Why would I I have my own two hands. So why don't I make the change? Why would you have to go through, what even is this? Why would you have to go through this organization? You what, join a group?
People who want to do good often prefer to directly tackle problems, since it's more motivating to see the tangible effects of their actions. But what matters is that the world gets better. Not that you do it with your own two hands.
Well, let's see what I can do with my two hands. Probably a lot more than whatever the fuck this is. This is creepy as hell.
One example of this is by improving decision-making. Namely, if key actors, such as politicians, private and third sector leaders, or grant makers at funding bodies, were generally better at making decisions, society would be in a better position to deal with a whole range of future global problems, whatever they turn out to be.
What does that even mean?
Society would be in a better position to deal with a whole range of future global problems, whatever they turn out to be.
They're literally gonna cause global problems. And then they're
whatever they turn out to be. So, if we can find new, neglected ways to improve the decision-making of important actors, that could be a route. A route to having a big impact. And it seems like there are some promising solutions that could achieve this. If we can find new, neglected ways to improve the decision-making of important actors,
Are they talking about manipulating people in important positions?
That could be a route to having a big impact. And it seems like there are some promising solutions that could achieve this. Some examples of what's been done. Many global problems are exacerbated by a lack of trustworthy information. Metaculus is a forecasting technology platform that identifies important questions, such as the chance of Russia invading Ukraine, aggregates forecasts made by hundreds of forecasters, and weighs them by their past accuracy. Metaculus gave a probability of a Russian invasion of Ukraine of 47% by mid-January 2022, and 80% shortly before the invasion on the 24th of February 21st, a time when many pundits, journalists and experts were saying it definitely wouldn't happen.
What the hell is Metaculus? Is it like meta-calculated?
A website viewer is a software application or online tool designed to display, test, or archive web pages. Common types include web browsers, Chrome, Safari, online cross-browser testing tools, browser ruling, and cache viewers, Wayback Machine, used to view older versions of websites. These tools allow for testing layout, debugging, or analyzing SEO across different devices and locations.
AGI. Oh, we already have AGI. Wow, imagine that. They can't afford a website. I can't.
Metaculus AGI prediction up by 4 years. Now 2000. AGI timelines dashboard. When will we get AGI? AGIgoodheartlabs.com. When might we achieve AGI 2030? 80% confidence. 2027 to 2042. Our combined forecast estimates AGI will arrive in 2030, as of May 10, 2026. Metaculus predicts week AGI in 2 years and AGI in 10. EA Forum, forumeffectivealtruism.org, posts. Metaculus predicts week AGI in 2 years. March 24, 2023. There will be no AGI in the next 10 years. There will be an AI bubble over the next couple of years as new applications for deep learning proliferate.
Oh my god. So, whatever the fuck Metaculus? Metaculus. It's like there's no AI, no AGI next 10 years. And it's like there will be an AI bubble. It's like 2023. And Sam Altman's like, oh, there's gonna be no bubble. There's no bubble. There's not gonna be a bubble. What the fuck is Metaculus? I am losing brain cells.
The Global Priorities Institute at the University of Oxford does foundational research at the intersection of philosophy and economics into how what principles unite effective altruism. Effective altruism isn't defined by the projects above, and what it focuses on could easily change. What defines effective altruism are the principles that underpin its search for the best ways of helping others.
So it's like, we do not agree with the views of our sponsors or something, but then they're using those as an example for their own stuff. So how are they not defined by the things above that they're saying that they define their organization?
Effective altruism isn't defined by the projects above.
Man, what a cop out. Oh my, this is literally the definition of like
1. Contribute your time, find a high-impact job, internship, or volunteer opportunity. 2. Give to outstanding charities. Strategic donations can do 10-100x more good when directed to the most effective organizations.
you gotta 100x your productivity with AI. At least Sam Altman speaks what he believes.
3. Connect with others. Connect with others committed to effective ways of helping others. 4. Start something new. Start your own high-impact charity. Find a research topic, or start a group.
And then, what goes around comes around. And it doesn't make a bubble at all. No. And it's not a cult-like thing. Nope. So I had to get this a loop. I have a template. I need to sing a track. AI doesn't even know what tail call recursion is. Cause Sam Altman and Dario, whatever the fuck his name is, with Anthropic, whatever. They're fucking idiots. They're like in a cult or something. I mean, if you wanted to make a bubble in the economy, that's how you do it. And GPT does not know what tail call recursion is. It's so frustrating. It's AI. I should be able to ask it something and get something useful. But no. I gotta Google it.
This game is a typical state machine.
And chatbot's like, everything doesn't need to be a state machine. State machines aren't all that important. Tail call recursion, state machines, performance. We don't got any of that. We got JavaScript. So ask chatbot, list one of those functions that is actually TCO. How is that a tail call? does not know what tail call means. It's not calling itself.
Now define TCO. What does that imply? TCO equals tail call optimization. Implies runtime compiler detects tail call, current stack frame reused eliminated, no additional stack growth for tail calls. Without TCO, TAC grows every call. With TCO, same frame reused repeatedly.
Entirely different thing.
Same frame reused repeatedly. Implications. Tail recursive algorithms can run indefinitely deeply. Recursion behaves like a loop in stack usage. Enables functional style iteration safely.
There we go.
Function loop, n, return loop, n+1.
It's calling itself. So which of the functions in its example called itself? None of them. None. This AI model is as dumb as whatever the fuck effective truism, whatever the fuck cult that Dario and Sam Altman are in. It's dumb as hell.
Only exact tail position calls eligible. So which of the call in your example was structured call itself? Name one of the functions, like how this calls itself.
I'm not gonna give it a clue, it's just gonna copy it. Oh, would you look? It's like a 5-year-old. It's like, none, no function in an example. Tail called itself. They had tail calls, but not tail call recursion. Example from earlier. But digit doesn't call digit, so tail call yes. No, it's not. But actual tail call recursion example. And this is technically, I guess, a tail call. So, the first time I lied.
So you straight up lied to be the first time zero cackled themselves. So you straight up lied to be the first time zero called themselves. Nothing was even a fucking tail call at all, none of it. No, you mixing tail call versus tail recursion, different things.
Man, this thing is so annoying.
Okay, then make an example that does tail recursion. Do you understand? Can you do that? Are you capable or not? Are you just stolen content from the web that Sam Altman calls for use for the greater good? Using the SME shit from the examples you keep failing to make. Yes, actual tail recursive parser using same style idea.
This isn't a tail call. It can't do it.
What you are missing the whole thing, and that literally returns an object. It does not call itself recursively. Where is the rest of it like?
This is how Sam Altman and Dario probably feel about AGI. They're like, someone just make AGI already. We're tired of waiting. And they're like typing this thing, trying to make a artificial general intelligence. Did it just crash? I think it's thinking. Did it get stuck in a loop? Because I pasted the body of the...
You write about one thing. You wanted recursive descent shape preserved.
I'm right about a lot of things.
You wanted this kind of structure.
That's not a damn tail call.
No, that does not fucking call itself. Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck is wrong with you? Thing equals function, W, X, return something, thing, comma that straight up return either or, not itself every time one.
Oh my god.
You mean this specifically? Now correct, that recursive call not guaranteed tail position because no, this is illogical, or IT has to only ever return itself. Then you mean trampoline self-returning state machine style, not ordinary recursion.
You know what? There's all kinds of stupid. And that is exactly what this is. Because it was designed by some very fucking dumb people that said, oh, it's fair use, but it's not fair use. I gotta get something done to compete. I need to stay on track. This is still call recursion.
Six point 3 Proper tail calls. Another interesting feature of functions in Lua is that they do proper tail calls. Several authors use the term proper tail recursion, although the concept does not involve recursion directly. A tail call is a kind of go-to dressed as a call. A tail call happens when a function calls another as its last action, so it has nothing else to do. For instance, in the following code, the call to G is a tail call. Function f, x, return G, x, and after f calls G, it has nothing else to do. In such situations, the program does not need to return to the calling function when the called function ends. Therefore, after the tail call, the program does not need to keep any information about the calling function in the stack. Some language implementations, such as the Lua interpreter, take advantage of this fact and actually do not use any extra stack space when doing a tail call. We say that those implementations support proper tail calls. Because a proper tail call uses no stack space, there is no limit on the number of nested tail calls that a program can make. For instance, we can call the following function with any number as argument. It will never overflow the stack. Function foo, n, if n, 0 then return foo, n1, and. A subtle point when we use proper tail calls is what is a tail call. Some obvious candidates fail the criteria that the calling function has nothing to do after the call. For instance, in the following code, the call to G is not a tail call. Function f, x, g, x, return. And the problem in that example is that, after calling G, f still has to discard occasional results from G before returning. Similarly, all the following calls fail the criteria. Return G, x, +1, must do the addition. Return x or G, x, must adjust to one result. Return G, x, must adjust to one result. In Lua, only a call in the format return G is a tail call. However, both G and its arguments can be complex expressions because Lua evaluates them before the call. For instance, the next call is a tail call. Return x, I foo, x, j, plus a b, I plus j. As I said earlier, a tail call is a kind of goto. As such, a quite useful application of proper tail calls in Lua is for programming state machines. Such applications can represent each state by a function. To change state is to go to, or to call, a specific function. As an example, let us consider a simple maze game. The maze has several rooms, each with up to 4 doors: north, south, east, and west. At each step, the user enters a movement direction. If there is a door in that direction, the user goes to the corresponding room. Otherwise, the program prints a warning. The goal is to go from an initial room to a final room. This game is a typical state machine, where the current room is the state. We can implement such maze with one function for each room. We use tail calls to move from one room to another. A small maze with 4 rooms could look like this. Function room 1, local move equals IO read. If move equals south, then return room 3. Else if move equals east, then return room 2. Else print invalid move. Return room 1, stay in the same room. End. Function room 2, local move equals IO read. If move equals south, then return room 4. Else if move equals west, then return room 1. Else print invalid move. Return room 2. End. Function room 3, local move equals IO read. If move equals north, then return room 1. Else if move equals east, then return room 4. Else print invalid move. Return room 3. End. Function room 4, print congratulations. End. We start the game with a call to the initial room, room 1, without proper tail calls. Each user move would create a new stack level. After some number of moves, there would be a stack overflow. With proper tail calls, there is no limit to the number of moves that a user can make, because each move actually performs a goto to another function, not a conventional call. For this simple game, you may find that a data-driven program, where you describe the rooms and movements with tables, is a better design. However, if the game has several special situations in each room, then this state machine design is quite appropriate.
So this matches with what I kind of like assumed. But it started off saying like, oh, this is, I'm like, what? And then it gets here, it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense. So it uses rooms as an example. It's like a room calls a room, calls a room. It's like this room might go to this room, goes to this room, or back around to this room, or down to this room, and then in the end, there's like a final room. And Chatbot can't do that. It's not AI. So if move south, return room 3. If move east, return room 2. Else print invalid move, return room 1. Stay in the same room. So if you make a parser, I'll do whatever is easiest. This would be really annoying in JavaScript. You have to make a table to make the table. Having like keep track of this, it would be like a pain in the asshole. I'm already making a thing to get the parser. I don't want to make a thing to make a thing to make a thing to make a thing. So I'm gonna stick to like recursive descent or whatever instead. I think. Alright, so I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna shut up and get some water and do that. And whatever. Get this done. Stupid lexical parser, whatever it's called. Alright, so I'm gonna do this tomorrow. How the empty span is handled, and then check all combinations. Get started on the loop. I already have like whatever. Kind of set up. So all I gotta do is like fill it out, and then I'm gonna do this recursive descent. Doing tail call recursion is you basically need a thing to make the thing. I just gotta make something and get done. So that's the plan. I hate everything. JavaScript is dumb. Sam Altman, Dario, whatever the fuck his name is. Part of a fucking cult. Everything's insane. Chatbot does not fucking work. I do not understand how people date chatbot. That makes no sense. Like, what the hell? Freaking. Not even low IQ. Do you even have a brain? Something is seriously wrong. Alright. Yeah. After I get the parser done, I can finally like parse, make a syntax, parse out the parts of it, like the name of it for debugging, sample rate per second. I gotta set up a whole like I gotta get the parser done so it's ready, and then I'll set up the structure for the nodes, and I can parse the nodes and convert them to C language because there's like wrapper calls and stuff, and I'll make the C file with the nodes, and then like because these member functions for the nodes, I'm gonna do like class and ID like in CSS. So like a Shrek node, if there's a Shrek node. Maybe it has like sound controller input, keyboard, mouse. Yeah, the program's not working, and I plugged it in over here. It's still not working. At least it scrolls. Keyboard, mouse, and this time scheduler. I still gotta finish that up. And all the nodes call other nodes of whatever sample rate. And it's all synchronized. So if there's a Shrek node, and there's another node like Donkey or Lord Farquaad, then the name would change here, whatever. How the hell do you spell Farquaad? So if this is like a Lord Farquaad node, maybe like it doesn't have one of these. Is a dot? The dot's the class. the pound symbol is the ID. So I flipped it around backwards. No, I didn't. Alright, so like Lord Farquaad and Shrek, probably gonna have an update and a fixed update function. So I'll make those classes, and then I'll group those in the time scheduler with other things of that class. But then they're of different types. So it might be like sound controller, keyboard, mouse, GPU shader, or just a node that's like not tied to a resource, but it's a node that holds things, a container. So it's like entirely different resource, but the same kind of like functionality, such as update, fix update, last update. So actually, I probably need like this up here. Then I could like, if it needed to update, oh my god, that'd be even more complicated. There's no way I could do multiple sample rates. It's not happening. Alright, so whichever of the member functions that updates at whatever sample rate. I'm gonna get the parser done first. Just get that done, make it super generic, and then I can do whatever with this. I'm restrained with what I got so far. I'm not gonna add to it because I can't. It's getting too complicated. And if I keep adding to it, it's not going to be beneficial. It's just going to be really slow. And you can only buffer so much shit. Because time takes up space. Like, obviously. If I keep playing stupid games, I'm gonna win a stupid prize. I need this done. I'll figure this out after. I'm gonna get the parser done first, then the nodes. Yeah. And when the nodes are done, and this is all set up, I'll be able to make like a controller node, connect it to the device, make like a GPU shader node, make a sound node, hook up a programming language node, run things at whatever update. And then load up the uniform buffer objects. Because like this square is really boring. And I already have Shrek. I'm probably gonna make a Farquaad. So I'm gonna get Shrek on the GPU because these squares are boring. I wanna get this thing done. So get the parser done. Finish up the nodes. Use the parser to make the nodes. I still gotta hook up mouse input, and I'm gonna set up only the GPU nodes, and then leave the rest for later. Alright, this step is not really mandatory. I don't have to make Lord Farquaad, and I don't have to make Donkey. I want to, but I need to really just focus. So get parser done. Use the parser to make the nodes to generate the background structures that route the nodes and call the schedule. Or route the nodes / call / schedule. Make member functions. And account for class and ID grouping. This, I still need to have most of it kind of set up. Except for that. And then use the desktop capture to pixelate. Then use the desktop capture because I have that. I hope it still works. Please fucking work. When I do mass replace, I always risk screwing up something that's not running. Hopefully I didn't do that. And it still works. And the browser's eating up memory. I literally need to just get this onto a 3D plane to get in the shader. That's all I need. And then I'm set up now for a game engine or a web browser. Or the replacement for the web browser, it depends. Because with a complex node system like this, you could basically make anything. This program doesn't work. I was gonna like circle, but you know what, whatever. So use desktop capture, pixelate the capture with the shader, project it onto the 3D surface, and then that's literally the shader program, so I can get back to working on the JavaScript engine and distort the display so it's not free use quotes. Put a video and make a fancy border for the shader program later. Alright, 3 goals. Possibly get the Shrek 3D Blender model onto the window, make a Lord 4 quad and a donkey. And get the GPU to pick between the 3 and have them as nodes using the API. I'll probably just make a bunch of Shreks for now, and then make the rest later. Or just make like a square and a triangle, or use the monkey that's already in Blender. I'll just do that. I'll export Shrek and then this is what's eating up the frame rate. You know what? I'm gonna do whatever. That's the plan. So JavaScript sucks. I'm gonna finish this later. Peace.